Evening. How are we all doing? You called it first, us. Trust you are all well. Yep, here I be, feeling much better now. My man flu is a thing of the past, and I feel all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, which is always a good thing. So tonight we're going to be working on basically everything we've been doing over the past few weeks, going through it all, polishing it all off, and making sure that it actually packages. I wanted to get a build out yesterday, but it was bringing up a whole bunch of errors. So tonight it's all about polishing that off, getting it build worthy, and I can stick it out as a build. So without further ado, let's carry on with what I've been doing all day, pretty much. Thank you, Frestus. Not surprised, AJ. It's very highly contagious. So I fixed a few bugs today. One of the main ones was when you get in a chair, the radial menu would appear briefly if you click in the middle of the screen. So that's fixed. And it would do things like it would prevent you from using the piano or anything else while seated. So you can now play the piano from a seated position, which is good because you couldn't do that before. And it will also then allow you to transition out of the chair without breaking all the menus. So we should be able to do everything that we can do normally from the position of seated in a chair. Obviously the chair code it is a duplicate of the code that runs when you're standing. You're possessing the chair becomes your character, so it needs to run all the same stuff, which means there were a few discrepancies, but like this one, for example, it's not giving you the full order selection. I wonder if that's specifically a chair thing or... Yeah, so just need to make sure that from the perspective of the chair, we're getting our full orders selection. Again, because chairs and standing are different, we just need to make sure that those are tied up. I fixed the menu not working properly if you change the number of segments, and it wasn't the code for determining where the mouse was. It was actually the fact that we were removing certain elements from the array, but then referencing the original array when processing the mouse click. So the two arrays didn't match and the array indexes didn't match up, which is why it was able to generate orders that weren't on the thing. But that's all fixed now. So this is all good. So we should be able to do the usual. And you can see that it only gives you options that are valid at this precise moment in time. So if we just quickly restart that. And this has been one of the big things, making sure that the radial menu stays relevant. So right now we've got to ship wide orders. You can see that you've either got back or explore the current system. That's the only things it's giving you, because we don't have anything specifically targeted. If we target something, so again, just to check, nothing there that you can do, but as soon as you target something, now that we have that target, you can see we've now got the additional option to explore the target system. So it's properly building the menu based on the context of the current situation, which is what we wanted. So I've tested it with the Helm, so the Helm can now navigate to the sensor or the Helm target, the command target, autonomously, which is good, and it will queue them up, which is good. What else? We need to add an all stop to the Helm because we don't have that currently. and we need to make sure that the lack of orders isn't breaking the FTL, because right now, if I try and go to FTL, the NPC's immediately turning it off again because we don't have active orders. So in their logic right now, if they don't have any orders to do something, then they make sure that the ship is stationary, which of course then breaks the helm and prevents you from pressing buttons. So we just need to sort that logic out. I think everything's good on the sensor side, so we can pick any particular sensor mode, and we can do a range stuff, tell it to do a survey. That's all working. Yeah, so really it's just a case of just tidying up the rough edges now, and then we should be good to go with it. Yeah, so the lack of data for Sol, again, is only a problem in the dev build. So in the test environment, rather, on an actual build, this is fine. So I shan't worry about that. Yes, Dave. So right now, the logic on the NPC is assuming that the ship should be stopped if there are no current orders. So I'm going to change that so that if there are no current orders, it just won't touch the helm at all. So if you're cruising somewhere, it won't stop the ship. But I'll also add an all stop option just to give us that capability. And I guess we also need to go through the logic on that, where like if there's an active ship-wide order, and for example explore a star system, and you command an all stop, then they will obey the all stop and stop the ship, but then they'll continue with the ship-wide order and continue flying around. So there's a decision to be made there on whether or not saying all stop also cancels the order to explore a star system or wherever else they might be doing. So, you know, is that all stop command overriding everything else that's going on? There's going to be a few situations like that where we have to look at the relevancy of orders when they're being actioned by the NPCs. Yes, Dave, it's like The Sims. It's picking up the menu options from the thing that you're looking at. The only exception to that rule is when you're not looking at something. So if you just press F generally, these orders or these menu options are coming from the character itself. So the player character builds this menu, and this one should largely always be the same. If you're looking at a chair, then these options are coming from the chair, in the same way that these options are coming from the globe and these are coming from the beer, etc., etc. So that gives us infinite variability on menus because it's the object itself presenting the menu to the system. Oh, congrats, Verstus. That's good. Yeah, thank you, Jamo. Yeah, it's also a fidget toy. You can just play with it. Right, so I'm going to swap these two options around, because every time I go to sit in a chair, I go to click summon NPC, which is kind of annoying, and I also need to remind myself that left clicking will sit you by default. And I'm always forgetting to do that. So you can actually just run up to a chair and left click it now. But kind of muscle memory makes me press F. So we should be able to change those details from there. And again, because we're in a test environment, the Sol system's not behaving properly, but that's only because it's a test system, so we can ignore that. But yeah, so all the... of course that's not going to work with that, but oops. That will work with that. Yeah, I just need to make sure that absolutely everything here works properly, from both seated and standing, so that we don't have any weirdness. This also needs to be a bit more responsive, because like if you mash the keys, it doesn't actually do it quickly enough. It's like it's locked to a certain update speed, so I need to take a look at that, but that's not critical. Oh, I also fixed the chair not facing the player properly. So when you click on the chair, obviously the NPC turns to face you, and it was facing completely random directions. But I fixed the math on that, so they should all properly face you. So that's working as well. Yeah, I was thinking, Binary, that we could have a common actions. So obviously we've got orders, and that will expand to a lot of stuff, I expect. But common actions could be one that we can build dynamically. So if say red alert you wanted as a common action, we can maybe have a keybind here where if you click the star or something, and if you then make that starred for favorites, then we can have a common actions option on here, maybe even at the top, so that you can access those regularly used things. That's only going to work, of course, on the default menu, because these are only relevant when you're looking at that particular option, so they won't always be there. But things that come up generally, like if you've got like a favorite emote that you like to use, you could favorite that and then have it as a quick option on there. Also using the number keys on the menu as well, that's something else we'd like to do. So like 1, 2, 3 and 4, so you could press F and then 1, which would be that one, and then 2, which would be that one, and then obviously press 3, 4, or 2, 3. So we could do that with keybinds to make navigating this more quicker, rather than having to click it with the mouse. But we'll see how that plays. Yeah, autopilot avoiding planets is a non-trivial problem. Like I said in previous streams, it requires a lot of math to work out the angle that the ship needs to go at to avoid whatever the radius is of the thing we're looking at. So it also needs to know what is in range of the ship. Now we've got some of that code already for the short range sensors, so it is always tracking what the closest thing to the ship is. So we can borrow some of that, but yeah, we need to work out what the closest thing is, how wide is it, and then is our trajectory within that radius, and then if it is, steer the ship accordingly. But there's a lot of math involved in doing that, so That's not something that I can just pull out on a stream. That will be part of basically things that we add to the order system. Now, obviously, there's only so much we can do with this, and only so much context we can add, because like assembling the senior staff to the conference room, that's quite a specific thing to do. And maybe if that's something that was a regular thing that you do, then we can add that as part of the orders. So you could have like orders and then like crew orders maybe, so something specific there. And then we can add those orders to that. Now obviously every set of orders that we add to the menu needs to have some logic behind it that we have to write to make sure those orders are both created, followed, and also successfully tracked. So if we add assemble senior staff in the conference room, then we need to have the orders manager tracking where the senior staff are, and then not clear off that objective until they're all assembled in the right place. So there's a lot to it, and obviously there's probably like 1,001 different things you could possibly want on this menu, but we can only really add a small selection, otherwise it's going to be bloated like crazy. Yeah, I mean we can nest a lot of it behind different submenus, but there's going to be a limit as to what we can put on this menu before it gets crazy. Yes, Melissa, the comms panel will take care of that. So we've got the comms panel over on this side, and like with the sensors, the NPC that sits in that chair will have its own set of options that come up. And something that we haven't actually addressed yet is the ability for the NPCs to actually action something proactively. So with the comms example, if there's an incoming hail, then that NPC has to announce that to the bridge in general or to the captain specifically, and then await further actions. So they're saying, there's something here that needs dealing with. And in a similar way, one of the orders we want to add as part of our bridge orders, and I might specifically call this bridge orders rather than ship-wide and separate those out a little bit. But where we've got explore target system and that sort of thing, I want something on here like seek Earth-like candidates, or find a particular stellar class and then have a sub-menu of different classes that you can pick from. So that then requires the ability for the NPC to actually report back when they found one. So if you do find text signatures, then once they've found a text signature, they need to stop what they're doing and raise some kind of an alert for the captain to then basically decide what to do next. And that would be the same system that the comms would use to say there's an incoming hail. So that's basically a further iteration on the system where we're giving those NPCs the ability to actually raise their concerns to the captain so that the captain can act upon it. That won't be done for this particular update, because that's another bit of code that's going to have to be written. Yeah, there's going to be dozens and dozens of different things we're going to want to put on there as standard actions. So it's just a case we need to work out what the most important ones are and the things that get used most commonly. Yeah, status callouts, absolutely, we can do that. And again, because we've got different menus for different stations, so that each bridge station generates its own menu, then we can add either common actions on here, like status report. That would be quite an easy one. Just click status report and they just regurgitate the current state of their particular station. That's doable. But because it's a different menu each time, that gives us more room to be able to expand on the context. So we can add a bunch of stuff to the Helm, which isn't going to affect what's on the sensors. So that gives us some breadth there. Yeah, well, the way we need to do this is that at any given moment, someone has the com. Now, that might not necessarily be the captain. It could be the XO or maybe the chief engineer. Someone's in charge of the ship at all times. So whoever has the com is going to be the person that receives those alerts. So we'll have to have that as a particular flag, so that that's given to the person that's in charge at the moment. So if the captain's in their quarters, they won't necessarily get the alerts unless it's something that's specifically routed to the captain. Otherwise, it's just going to go through whoever's in charge at the time. And then we'll leave it up to them to decide whether or not to alert the captain or not. Yeah, there's an entire engineering team. So when it comes to repairs, there will be individual engineering tasks raised. So the engineering team will autonomously go around fixing things as those tasks get raised by the ship's computer. So if you can picture the Passengers movie, they had those scenes like with the holo display where you had all these different things that were breaking, and then the ship's computer was raising like repair orders for them, and it was kind of autonomously fixing things. So it's going to be something similar to that, where when something breaks, the ship's computer will automatically raise a repair task for it, but then the NPC crew will have to pick up that repair task and physically deal with it. It won't auto-fix itself. Someone's going to have to actually do the grunt work. Yes, those controls will continue to be there, binary. I like the captain having the ability to just mash a button. We'll make it a much smaller control. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that we need to put on here. This screen's probably going to get bigger, and we're going to have a lot more things on here. So things like tracking orders and seeing which stations have which tasks raised for them, and there needs to be like a command overview on here so you can see exactly who's doing what and why. But when it comes to things like the alert conditions, we'll probably have a panel quarter that size that has like the main ones listed on it. And probably other things too. So we'll probably have like a comms panel here, both for dealing with external comms and also internal comms too. So we'll have like an internal broadcast button, which will be a duplicate of what's over on the comms panel itself. So there'll be some kind of split responsibility there. But yeah, we'll have a bunch of different things on here that are relevant to the command staff. Sorry, CSI, I've already forgotten it all. Yes, Melissa, there's well, there won't be a medical person on the bridge specifically, because there's not really anything for them to do on the bridge, but there is an entire medical facility down on E deck. Right, let's fix this NPC stopping the ship when we don't want them to. and then we'll add that all stop functionality. Don't need that anymore. Yeah, so we've got our stop the ship function here, but we don't want them using it yet. So let's get rid of that. And we need to add it to that struct. Yeah, there's a lot of empty rooms around the ship at the moment. Well, D and E decks are supposed to be the habitation area of the ship. So, so all the crew quarters are on D and E. The medical facility, the bar, the main mess hall, like the park area, cinema, bowling alley, hydroponics, shuttle bay, security office, basically anything that is like the main city center of the ship is all spread across D&E decks. Anything outside of D&E decks is kind of like work/office space. It's a fair point, Delta, yeah. Plenty of disinfectant on the bar. Okay, so we've got those ones there. I actually took off use sensor target and use command target because generally speaking, you just want the Helm to actually navigate to those locations. I couldn't think of a decent enough justification for just setting the target, but then not doing anything else. Bearing in mind, obviously, we've got limited space on the radial menu, so we need to reserve that space for things that are actually useful. So navigating to either of those options seems to be the most useful thing we can get them to do. Again, when it comes to engaging or disengaging autopilot and then dealing with the FTL, I think we will deal with those probably when we have like the ability to, yeah, like you say, Anasi, is like preparing to go somewhere. So there has to be a certain sequence of events where you could target something and then just say, you know, prepare to warp, and then wait, and then have that whole engage moment where you get them to actually press the button. Arguably, that is less efficient than just saying, take us here. Reminds me of that Spaceballs scene. It's like, why are you preparing? Why are you always preparing? Just go. It's yeah, it's a bit silly in some ways. When you do have the ability to just say, just go there. Don't prepare, just go. But that said, we will actually have FTL spinning up and power management duties that need to be performed. So there will actually be a prep stage for going to FTL, because engineering have to obviously reconfigure the reactor to provide enough power for the FTL drive. And, you know, obviously that needs time to charge, and there are things that need to happen. So once those systems are actually built properly and we actually have the hardware physically simulated, at that point, the commands you're giving will be slightly different. So at that time, there will be a like prep ship for FTL, and then there'll be a maybe 5 to 10 second window where all that happens, and then you can give the command to engage. But right now, that's not necessarily needed. Yeah, well, the way we need it is so that the reactor on the ship is designed and spec'd based on the amount of power draw that the FTL needs. So in order for the FTL to run at peak capacity, you're basically turning the wick up all the way on the reactor. When you're not at FTL, there's no reason for that reactor to be generating that much energy. In fact, all that energy then has to go somewhere, so you're just venting it into space in the form of energized plasma. So you have to then turn the reactor back down to meet the actual needs of the ship, which at that point are negligible versus its total power. So the ship's probably going to be running at 1 or 2% of the reactor's actual ability, generally, unless you're at FTL. Or you're in combat, in which case you've got weapons and shields all powered as well. But going to and from FTL is always going to require reconfiguring the reactor to match the power profile that you need for what you're doing at any particular moment. Yeah, it's a big question. Like, how long should these things take? Like, if you've ever watched a fleet carrier jump on Elite Dangerous, that's like incredibly epic and immersive. And I love the fact you've got the sounds of the ship being configured, and you've got all the call outs over the tannoy, and there's a lot of stuff that's going on to do the whole preparation and activation of the frameshift drive, and that whole thing is just really, really epic. But it's also very, very long, and you wouldn't want that to be the case every single time, especially where you could be dropping in and out of warp continually as you're going from planet to planet, or whatever you're doing around a planet. Maybe even going from station to station around a planet. You need to drop in and out of FTL just to get that what is quite a big distance. So what you don't want is like a 10-minute powering up period between those little tiny jumps. So we need to keep it epic and meaningful without it becoming tedious over time, because obviously it might be epic the first couple of times, but it will get old quite quickly. So I'm thinking maybe 5 to 10 seconds at most. So we'll have the spooling up period. We'll have some kind of ship-wide announcement just to let the crew know that the ship is going to FTL. And we'll have some kind of ramping up sound coming from the FTL drive. But I think anything longer than 10 seconds is too long. Yeah, I think random heading on the helm, I think, is definitely needed. Or just, although you don't even need a heading in this game, you can just power up the drive and go. You don't need to configure anything. Yeah, so the engineering console on the bridge, so it's all covered in stuff at the moment, but the engineering console deals with both power and propulsion, and they'll be the ones controlling the power output from the bridge, so that you won't need to do it in engineering. The person on the bridge can do it, because it's something that needs to be done regularly as part of the standard operation of the vessel. We'll have it as a bridge function. If it's something that happens periodically, that isn't part of normal operation, then we'll have that taking place within engineering. So things like refueling the ship, when it comes to like opening the fuel intakes and configuring the gas collector, the gas scoop under the ship, we'll have that action take place in engineering, because it's not something that's happening that regularly. And it gives, the engineering people something to do that isn't just sitting on the bridge. Yeah, I do want to be able to set a speed on the Helm, but it's difficult because of the way the system is simulated. There are actually 3 things which control the speed of the ship. The FTL drive itself is merely compressing space. So it's not actually imparting any momentum into the system. It's just doing the compression. So you still need to actually push the ship with something, which is where the sublight engines come in. So the sublight engines are providing the thrust, and then the FTL drive is compressing space in the direction that you're traveling, which means you are effectively amplifying that movement because you're flying through compressed space. So those are so you've got the thrust output of the engines amplified by the compression of space, but then that compression of space depends on the amount of energy going into the FTL coils, and then the effect of that depends on the gravity well of the nearest high mass object. So we want to tune that where if the engines are going full throttle and the FTL drive is fully energized, and you're next to a black hole, then you might not actually still be able to escape the black hole, because if you're right up against the event horizon, the gravity well is so huge that the effect of the FTL drive is completely nullified. So you've got all these different factors which are controlling the actual ultimate net velocity of the ship. So saying something like set speed to 1c, just go exactly the speed of light, which is interesting to see. Cruising around at the speed of light, it really shows you how slow it is. But in order to calculate what would produce 1c of velocity, means you need to calculate the thrust output of the engines plus the amount of power you need to put into the FTL drive, also versus the effect of the gravity well that you happen to be next to. So you're constantly balancing all these different factors to try and produce the net velocity that you want to achieve. And it means that from the system in the game on the back end, when you type in your required velocity on the Helm UI, the game has to then try and work that out somehow. So obviously, the game system will know what the different effects are and to what extent. So we'd have to do something like, if you give it a target velocity, we will fully power the sublight engines. So that's one of those factors ruled out. So we assume that the sublight engines are always running at 100%, which again is based on their repair and health, because if the sublight engines are damaged, then their output won't be as good. So there's another factor there to roll into it. And then we'll look at the current gravity well effect, and then work out how much energy needs to be put into the FTL coils in order to compress space the exact amount needed versus the thrust output from the engines and the effect of the gravity well. And that needs to be calculated continuously, because as the ship is moving, those are all organic variables which are constantly changing. So that is all to say, having the ship just fly at the speed of light is like way more complicated than you'd think. But also cool at the same time. I like that it's that complicated and that organic. It gives the whole system a life of its own in a way. It's not just a simple case of turn on the engine and go. There are so many other factors involved. Yeah, well, the design of the ship is kind of such that it assumes that if you are going from A to B over great distances, then the reactor's going to be running at 100% because you want to be putting as much energy into those FTL coils as possible. But there is a diminishing return on that. So the higher you have the reactor turned up, the more fuel that it's using. So if you slow the ship down, you will ultimately get further because you're using less fuel. So fuel economy decreases with speed. So if you're if you're running on fumes, then you might be better off actually going slower to your next refueling point, because there's more chance that you'll get there if you get there more slowly, because you're not burning as much fuel by going quick. But yeah, it's all complicated. Right, so all that having been said, let's just stop the ship. Okay, so there's our all stop. So as we add potential actions to this list, that's what the Helm ultimately responds to. And as I mentioned on the last stream, these are skills essentially that we're teaching the NPC. So like navigate to location, this is a skill that they have, and that requires its own logic, in the same way that stopping the ship much more simply has its own logic as well. So for everything we want the NPC to be able to do, we need to teach it those skills via, giving it some logic that it can follow. But having given it the ability to do an all stop, we now need to go to our chair master and configure that as an option. Making sure I'm doing this in the right place. That's the one I was looking for. Yeah, so this is where we generate the different menu items that get built when you pull up the menu. So this is what's used to generate that menu. So I think what we'll do is we'll add all stop as the second option. So dismiss NPC will be the first, and then all stop will be the next. Okay, so we don't want the menu to remain open. We don't want to refresh it or redraw it. And it's an action, so we don't need any sub-menus or anything on that. See, we can actually do some logic on this and only have this come up if the ship is currently moving. So all stop doesn't need to be there unless the ship needs to be stopped. I'll have to reconstruct how we build this menu in that instance, because if we go to the one I did earlier, is it this one? Yeah, so normally I've just been building this, I guess, pure, you could say, in that there's no exec pin on it. But we can't dynamically decide how many options to add to this make array function. It'd be nice if you could, but you can't unless you do it in a non-pure way, whereby you do it like this, where you're using exec pins and we're branching on each one to decide whether or not to add it to a temp array first, before we then output that as our menu items. So rather than doing it like this with no exec pins at all, we're doing it like this, where everything is a little bit more clunky. But I have to do it this way because otherwise, including everything in the menu with just these include flags as a switch as to whether or not to actually draw this option on the menu, breaks the menu basically, because it makes it really awkward to check how many items there are actually in the menu, because we can't just do a length count on the array, because obviously the array includes things like even if they're ticked, even if they're not ticked, they're still in the array, because the array is just built in the other instances without these checks. So I found it's much more efficient in the long run to just use a branch for our logic and then just skip adding it to the array at source, so that when you actually generate the menu, the number of items in the array is equal to the number of items you are actually drawing on the menu, which means it removes all of the bugs and issues that we were having with it not properly working out how many items there should be. So it's clunkier but more reliable, and I shall take more reliable over clunky. But that does mean that in order to include or not this particular option, I need to convert this to doing it a different way, where we're actually branching on the check. So that's a future problem. For now, we will just do our check on this. So we need to change our broadcast channel to Helm, no, not Helm. Where is it? Bridge commands Helm. Just so we're sending that on the right channel. And then on our player controller, we need to make sure that we add the option on there for Helm all stop, like so. And then we need to actually create the orders that we send across to the Helm station. And I'm going to have to start condensing these because it's getting a bit unwieldy. better. I always try and get in the habit of doing this now, just to keep blueprints nice and tidy. Yep, keeping it tidy. Right, which one was this? All stop. So we want to fire the all stop order. So as you can see, there's a bunch of hoops that get jumped through with all of this, and I've only just got my head around it myself, to be perfectly honest, because it's quite back and forth. But the radial menu. Where's the character? So the radial menu basically fires this, and then that sends through our command order to the player controller, and then the player controller, all the way down here, turns that into a server authoritative action, and then we take a look at our broadcast channel and decide what we're doing or how we're routing that based on the channel, and then we take our action ID, which is what we're doing here, to work out what actually needs to be raised as an order, which is we then basically at that point we then hand it off to the orders manager, and of course this is now server authoritative, so this is raised reliably on the server. So that creates the orders for the Helm station in this instance. So we have to jump through quite a few hoops in order to get this raised on the orders manager, so it can then be delivered to the responsible bridge station. Bring the ship to a complete stop. And we'll have that happen immediately. Don't need to worry about the target on this one. So our immediate flag basically says, or allows us to decide whether or not this is going as the current active order, or whether it's being appended to the list of orders. So in this case, all stop needs to happen immediately. And then obviously that then gets raised on the Helm. So when the Helm checks the task manager for any Helm tasks, it eventually ends up with this one, and should then stop the ship. But, and this is where all the ducks have to be in a row, like this won't actually get cleared off unless we are then tracking that on our task manager. And again, this is why this system has been so long in development, because it's so complicated. So on our tasks here, so this is ticking 10 times per second to check completion. See, we've got our all stop thing here, which doesn't have any checking. So if we get our ship state, so basically we are interested in our actual ship state and whether the autopilot is off. Again, this is autopilot, not warp. I need to rename it. So if that is equal to sublight, and that is false, then we should be in a position to safely remove the all stop orders. So for every task or every menu option we generate, or every order we generate, all these different components need to be added to it. So we've got the radial menu needs to have its side of things done. Then the player controller needs the ability to then raise that as an order via the task manager. And then the task manager, having raised that as an active order, then needs to then start tracking that order to see if it's actually been actioned or not successfully. So again, there are many moving parts with this that all need to work in concert with one another. Okay. Okay, yes, we're going to need the index for this one, so let me grab that. Of course, we're going to need the index from there so that we know which particular array element we're working with. And this is going through all of the orders as they are raised, and then checking through on each one to see which one we're actually dealing with. So if we just neaten that up a little bit. Yeah, we shouldn't need a reference to the task itself. Right, so that should now be at a point where an all stop command should work. Yeah, as we've said many times, unless there is a local model that will run within the game engine that's trained on our own data, it's not going in the game. We don't want to be reliant on any external model that requires any kind of subscription or any kind of internet connection. And we need to make sure that it's trained on our data and our data only, so that it only knows about the game and things within the game. I was actually watching something yesterday. I think it was the Kimi K2 model. It's one of the Chinese models. They were saying that it's now self-training, so future iterations of the model are now trained by itself, and that's basically hard takeoff towards the singularity. So we're at that hard takeoff point now. So I would expect to see rapid model improvement over the coming few months. So we're going at 100%. So if we simply say to the Helm, all stop, then they should bring the ship to a stop, and as soon as we are actually stopped, that should disappear. Or not. Okay, so the ship should be registering that we're at sublight, so that should be sufficient to clear that off. So let's just have a look and see what's happening. So the ship state is sublight and autopilot's not engaged. I suppose that doesn't really matter, does it, whether or not autopilot's on or not. We just need to be stopped, so let's get rid of that. Because that was probably what was messing it up. Let's give that a try. Clearly haven't met me, Frestus. I can make just as many mistakes, I assure you. Okay, let's raise our orders or stop. So as soon as that is fully disengaged, it should clear the orders. Why is it not clear? Oh, I know why. Because I forgot to do one very important thing, and that was to flag that we have actually updated the orders. Which is this. So something that we need to do is, once we've actually made an adjustment to our active orders, we need to broadcast that fact out and just let any system that cares know that a change has been made. And the reason I'm doing it this way, rather than having those systems continually poll this value, is that it removes that looping polling activity. By making it event driven, they only update when we send this out, otherwise they're idle, and that's just more performant generally. But it does mean you have to remember to do this, otherwise it won't work. Okay, so all stop. Great. Okay, there we go. That fixed it. Okay, so that task was successfully actioned. Actually, if I do this from over here without actually touching any of the consoles. So if we bring up the long-range sensors, target Alpha Centauri because it's nice and close, and then bring up explore target system. I just want to make sure that if we cancel these orders that the ship doesn't grind to a halt. Okay, so we're happily on our way. Okay, so I'm going to cancel current orders. So the orders are now gone. And yet the ship's still going. So we were talking about whether or not the ship should automatically, or whether the NPC should automatically stop the ship when orders are cleared. And I think that the general consensus is no, don't do that. So we'll just have it so that the ship continues flying. If you specifically want it to be stopped, then you can just issue the all stop order, in which case they will then stop the ship as well. So you'd have to do cancel orders and then specifically tell the Helm all stop, because cancel orders is a general action, whereas all stop is specifically a Helm action. I imagine there's probably going to be a bit of a learning curve with this, kind of working out which stations do what and who you need to speak to achieve certain things. But we need to do, I think we definitely need to do a Helm tutorial. So not a Helm tutorial, but an orders tutorial on the back of this, like a command tutorial. So we've got our sensors tutorial, we've got our Helm rolled into that, but we don't really have all these new command systems explained now. So that's definitely something that we need to add to this overall update, I think. So let's say we pick ROS 128 and we say navigate to command target. So the Helm will now happily do that. If we now want to go to Wolf 1061 and we say navigate to command target, now the default action right now is to append, and if we want to then go to Van Manenstar and navigate there, now right now we are still flying to that Wolf system because that was the first thing we told it to do, and these other systems that we added to the list are all appended to the end. Now what we want to be able to do is obviously cancel the one that we're currently on, or have the option to insert one of these. Like if we wanted to say, actually, let's fly to this neutron star before we fly to the other stuff. We need that whole fly there now option, which is where we need the additional thing on here, where we've got navigate to command target. We then need the additional option of now or next. So like immediately or append, whichever wording we use. So we can decide, do we do that immediately or do we just add it to the list of targets that we're going to? So I definitely think we do need that. But equally, we do need to say, actually, this first one you're going to, skip that. So we need that whole cancel order or cancel active order, and then have that disappeared from the queue. So let's do that actually while we're here. So I'm constantly having to remember where these things are coming from. So yeah, so we're definitely going to have to rejig this so that we are generating these intelligently and not adding them if they're not needed, because we are going to just bulk out that menu unnecessarily otherwise. Which means that all of these are going to require that same change. What's the best way of doing this? So to make a couple of temp arrays here. So this is our level 0. So if we promote that to a temporary variable, so temp level 0 menu. That's ultimately what we're going to output. Just need to make sure I get this in the right order so it's properly nested. So if we can spawn an NPC, then we're going to be doing that track. And if we can't, we're going to be doing this one, which means I need to flip all this round. So we're doing it the other way. You're not wrong, Versus, you're not wrong. So the biggest challenge with this is me getting my head around the logic of it. So if it can't, let's just stick another branch in there. Okay, so if we can't spawn an NPC, which means it's not one of the NPC chairs. So we're checking to say, right, can we spawn NPC? And then that is a player in the chair. Let's make sure we just get these logic steps done properly. Right, so that's level 0, level 0, level 0, level 0. Okay, and are these level 1s? So that's also level 0s, as is that, and that should be level 1s on there. Oh, these are all level 0s. Okay, so these are all top level menu items then. Okay. Right, so if we can spawn an NPC, then is it active? Is the NPC active? Okay, so if we can't spawn an NPC and there's nobody currently sat in the chair, then the only option we want to add is the ability to sit down, basically. So we just add sit to that, and then that can go back over to there, although I'll do that last. If there is someone in the chair, then there's basically nothing to do at this point. So skip, because right now we don't have the ability to turf someone out of the chair player wise. But what we will do is we will add the ability to request the chair. So if a player is currently sat in a chair and you want to sit there, you can't force them out of it, but we'll have a button you can press to say, request chair or something, and they'll say on their UI, another player is requesting this chair or something like that. We'll add something here that does that. Have a good one, Melissa. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you'll join us on the next stream, which will be when? Sunday. Yes, Anasi. So there's an extra step in the process to, I guess it's going to wait until the chairs are just vehicles. Right now the chairs are they're classed as a pawn. They are something that you possess in the game. So we unpossess your actual character, hide it, and possess the chair instead, so that you become the chair, you are the chair. Which is why a lot of this code has to be on the chair itself, because that is you as a character. What we want to do is instead attach your character to the chair, so you're physically sitting in it. And then when you enter your movement commands, those are routed to the chair. So for things like the wheelie office chairs and the chairs that spin, your control inputs are basically filtered through as if the chair is an actual vehicle that you're controlling. And then we'll use the same code for actual vehicles, like buggies and bikes and anything else we add. So we need to build that vehicle system. Now, equally, the NPCs also need an ability to sit in the chairs. And the reason they can't sit right now is because the chairs are a character. They are a pawn that you possess. So the NPC is the chair. So what you're doing is you're basically just having a dummy for an NPC sitting in the chair, whereas the chair itself is the thing that's doing all the logic and the thinking. So we need to kind of separate those two things apart, but we can't do that until the chair is a proper vehicle that you can actually attach things to. And the reason that they're not right now, because that is how we originally had it. The chairs were just vehicles that we attached the character to. But the character didn't stay stuck to it. And we had these issues where the character would rotate in the chair and then their seated position would be offset. I think it was something to do with the ALS plugin we were using for the character movement. So when we switch over to MetaHuman and use that instead, and we build our own character system based on MetaHuman, then we can actually then at that point make the chairs vehicles again and actually have the NPC logic sitting on the NPC itself, which can then just simply sit in a chair and still run its logic, because the NPC is then occupying a vehicle rather than the chair being the NPC like it is currently. So I guess that's a very long way of answering the question, but the point is we can't make the NPCs get up and walk around and sit in chairs until the chairs are classed as a vehicle rather than a pawn, as they are currently. So there's basically some technical challenges that we need to sort out there, but basically the crux of the issue was characters weren't sticking to the chairs properly, and then as you like wheel around the ship with the office chairs, the character would become further and further divorced from the chair, so you'd have the character kind of floating in space next to the chair. It just, yeah, they weren't sticking together very well at all. So yeah, there are challenges with all of that, but that's the point where we can transition from NPCs being the chair to NPCs sitting in chairs, and at that point they can get up and walk around, which is ultimately what we want from them. Basically, yes. So the character system itself needs to be implemented before we can make that switch. Yeah, well, Claire's got quite good at making metahumans now, so she's been playing with MetaHuman Creator and has come up with a suite of different like ethnic backgrounds and things, because that's something we want to do as well. Is, you know, we want the character creator to have a wide array of different genetic backgrounds. This was a difficult thing to come up with, so actually I'll run it past you guys, because me and Claire have had lots of debates on this. So my plan, and what I want to do, is for the character creator to basically be based on ancestral genetics. So and this was the point of contention that she was raising, in that white Americans, for example, would be classed as European because they are of European descent, whereas black Americans are of African descent. So genetically, and of course approaching this from a purely scientific background, the genetic ancestry for each race is obviously where that genetic pool comes from. So, like, you know, it's a difficult line, isn't it? Because it's like, you know, is that racist? Is that not racist? I mean, where is the line drawn? But I think if we're sticking to pure science, and when we create the different characters, you can select your genetic ancestry, then that kind of like ticks all the boxes. Because like we've had like Native Americans say, you know, I want a Native American character, and brilliant, you know, we'd love to be able to offer that and have, you know, and have a character selection which is Native American. Like, brilliant, great, you know, perfect. But obviously you need to kind of name that something on a drop down. So when you're selecting your character and you're selecting that base character, you need something to call these things on a drop down menu. So yeah, so it was an interesting debate that we were having. Yeah, I did a bunch of Googling on it, and I asked ChatGPT for its opinion as well, and I think genetic background is the scientifically correct way of doing it. But I mean, you know, let me ask the Americans in the audience. So if you are a white American, would you be offended with the idea of being classed as European as your genetic descent? Like, because as far as I'm aware, all white Americans are European genetically, because obviously Europe colonized the Americas, so surely that means genetically it's all European. So as long as we are correct scientifically, I'm hoping that would like not offend anybody. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it would be fine. It's just, you know, these days people are so easily offended. It's you know, it's, you don't want to offend people unnecessarily. Yeah, so the issue with just going with skin tones is because, and this is one of the challenges. So with the current character system, we just have a skin tone slider. So we are essentially black facing white characters, which you could class as offensive. Whereas in MetaHuman, when you create a black character, then their facial structure is like genetically African, because, you know, there are genetic differences. So it means that when you create, say, an African American character in the game, their facial structure and their body and everything, it matches the skin tone that you're giving them, rather than just having a generic white guy and then making their skin black, which was what we don't want to do. We want it to be proper. But because MetaHuman supports all of that out of the box, it means that we can have proper characters with proper ethnicities, which it's, you know, it just feels better doing it that way. Which means we can have a wider range of support within the game. But it is, you know, at the same time, from a user interface perspective, you need to call it something, and you need to be able to, you know, select that from a menu in some way, so that the sticking point is, what do you call it? Yeah, it's yeah, which is why I'm a fan of going with genetic ancestry, because obviously we're a very science-based game. So sticking with pure science, you can't argue with pure science, because it is what it is. Genetic backgrounds are what they are. So I like the idea of that, and I like the idea from like a user interface perspective. I like if, you know, the selection screen that we make for that can have like a little spinning DNA strand in the middle, and we can really kind of go hard on the science aspect, where when you're creating your character, it, you know, it looks sciencey. You've got like DNA represented there, like in the imagery, and I think it could work quite nicely. But yeah, but that's that will be part of the new character system when we make it. I'll stop there anyway, because I suffer from foot-in-mouth disease, and I'm sure I'll inadvertently offend someone by accident. Okay, so going back to this, can we spawn an NPC? True. Is there an active NPC? No. So in that regard, we need the ability to sit, but also the ability to summon an NPC. This is where this is going to get a little bit unwieldy. Right, so the only two options that are relevant there are, yeah, so sit down or summon an NPC. So it's an NPC-chair, there's not one in it, so those are the only two options. Okay, that makes sense, which means all the rest of them then are the NPC options themselves. which is this lot of stuff here. So summon NPC, sit down, yeah, so all that's covered. Collapse all these in a sec so it's makes more sense. Okay, and then this, I suppose if we run a switch on that rather than a select. Okay, and we don't need that anymore. Okay, and if we add a couple of exec pins on this. So they'll simply build the temporary like that, and then we can feed these in to there. Right. So having done this, that's ultimately now what makes this possible to decide whether or not to include these options, because what we can do is stick a sequence on there. Then for each one, we branch it. And then rather than doing that, we can do add or not on those. Yeah, so branch all of these, decide whether to add, and then ultimately when we're done, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the last one is our output. Technically we don't need to reset that on the other side, but it helps. Yeah, and then we can just do our logic for each of these. Like so. And then we can decide for each one whether or not we're actually going to include it in the menu. Yeah, we'll end up with some kind of alien customization. I mean, when it comes to backer races, obviously we'll have a tool with that where you can configure all sorts of things. When it comes to multiple alien ethnicities on a single planet, yes, that is part of the system that needs to be built, because obviously, like, it's like a common trope in sci-fi, isn't it, where like every planet you reach is all the same peoples, and generally they're all like a one world government and all the same ethnicity. But in reality, that's probably often not the case. So we need to make sure that the system supports like multiple nation states and multiple ethnicities for any alien race, and we'll roll the dice on that as we go. In fact, we'll probably make it so that the older and more advanced the race is, the closer they will get to a single unified species. And then the younger the race is, the more nation states there will be. Because it's probably like a younger, more feudal race, and then as time goes on, they become more and more unified. So we'll do something like that. But yes, it does therefore mean that that's required as part of the base procedural system. And the backer tools basically give you control over that procedural system. So all of the various dials and switches that the procedural system will have will be exposed on the backer creation tool. So, and in fact, not just for backers as well, but for for the GM tools and things when making GM-led games. So we will be having control over that manually, so that you can fine-tune your race and fine-tune their story. And if you want to build a species with multiple ethnicities, then the procedural system should have the tools and switches available that enable you to then do that. Oh yeah, definitely illusion. Yeah, we're never going to have any absolutes, because only the Sith deal in absolutes. So yeah, the system will always have room for randomness and the unexpected. Otherwise, it's just predictable and boring. Okay. So dismiss NPC. We've already checked that there's an NPC in the chair, so that can stay. All stop. So if we get our ship state, and then we can work out whether or not we are actually stopped. So we're only going to do all stop as an order if we're at warp. Yeah, so if we're engaging warp or we're at warp, then all stop is a valid set of orders. Otherwise, it's irrelevant, so we can skip it. Yeah, I guess so. They were quite absolute, weren't they? Yeah, we'll get back to that series for sure. Right now, until the public update is out, I just need to focus on all this stuff, the gameplay tasks, polishing this up, testing out all the VR stuff, which obviously I can't really do on stream, so I'm doing that off stream. Yeah, once the public update is done and the demo's been updated, at that point, then we'll get back to doing modelling and stuff on Sundays for the Caravella and on Wednesdays for the Magellan class. So we will get back to it, but not until this is done. Okay, so engaging the FTL drive again. That can borrow that one. So if we are at sublight, well, I guess only at sublight. That's the only point where that is needed. So if sublight is true, that will be an option. Otherwise, not. Take us home can always be an option. Navigate to command target. That one only needs to be valid if we have a command target. So I very conveniently added a has target boolean on there so that we can track that. So that won't appear unless we have one. Similarly, I believe I added get sensor target. Yeah, that one, get sensors helm target. This one doesn't actually have the boolean on it. So I need to add has target to there, and there's a lot of data that we are passing through to the Helm, which is completely irrelevant. This struct here for our Helm target largely contains everything we need. So all this stuff we can get rid of. So if we replace the struct that we're using for our basically send to Helm button, if we replace that with our Helm target struct instead, then we can also add has target at the same time. So unless you've actually physically sent something to the Helm, then this should be false, and there shouldn't be the option to use the sensor target. Because right now if you press it, it will try and send you to Sag A, which is no good. So in actual fact, I'm going to just do that. So not. So just to stop that from happening for now, if you have 000 targeted, which is the default, then it won't give you the option, because what that ultimately means is you don't actually have an av target right now. That will prevent you from targeting Sag A specifically, but that's just a temporary thing until we swap that struct over. Okay, so that should have done everything we need there. We don't actually need the output on that one. I'm going to leave this one for now because making sense of this is going to be a head scratcher. So we'll keep that one in. Yeah, that's going to be fun. But the same thing, need to make sure that we build these menus based on context. So we might not actually need to generate so many submenus with things like the zooming in and out and such. We can include those anyway, regardless of what sensor mode you're on. And then when it comes to selecting your sensor mode, we can turn off certain things, like the ability to conduct a survey. We can turn that off, like if you're on GPS mode, so we don't have to build the menu quite so clunkily and specifically. We can make it a little bit more dynamic than that. That's going to take a while, so I'll just do that for now. Right, let's try it and see if it works. Where did that come from? Okay, so this is good. So we've got a lot less clutter on the menu now because the things that are irrelevant are not on there. If we target something like that neutron star, we now have navigate to command target, which is good. So that appeared, and then if we set that as our sensor target, we now have that as well. So that's good. So it's dynamically building the menu based on what's currently available. Once we've set a command target, we don't actually have the ability to clear it, so that's maybe something we need to look at. And I guess when we select a different mode on here, we need to clear the center helm. We need to clear the helm target that's saved, so we need that Boolean flag that we can untick, at which point that then needs to disappear from the menu. What is that though? What is title? Let's see if we can figure out where that's coming from. Let's just clear that array before we do anything with it. I mean, it should be auto cleared because it's a local array, but we'll clear it anyway just to be sure. And then we're branching all these options, so it should not be doing anything other than this. And then we don't even need to do that. So dismiss, all stop, engage, take us home, navigate, navigate. So we're not actually adding, that's what it was. It's because we weren't connecting that up. There we go. It was just populating a blank struct. There we go. Okay. Right. So now that that's working, we need the ability to remove a current order if there is one. So all of this basically means we need to insert another one here. Okay, so we don't have a reference to our task manager, so we'll sort that out. So what we need to do is get our task manager and see whether or not there are currently any orders. That is interesting though. We should have a reference to that. Are we doing it on the individual bridge stations maybe? Oh, we are. Okay, so right, so if we grab that, get rid of that from there, we're better off doing it on our actual vehicle master itself, which means I need to get rid of that variable. Oops. Actually, no, I won't, because see, everywhere that is referenced, it's going to bring up an error. Okay, let's delete it for now. So we're going to get a bunch of errors come up. But if we then recreate that variable on the parent blueprint, which is the better place to put it, because a bunch of stuff needs this. So are we checking for levels loaded? Yes, we are. Yeah, so I need to tidy a bunch of this up as well. So hopefully that will find that reference now. If not, then we'll just replace it. Oh, it's removed anyway. So if we do get task manager, it should get that from the parent. Same there. Get task manager. That fixes all of that. And now that's available on the parent blueprint. But it would have also caused an issue here, so we'll get rid of that. Obviously, because we just created a variable with the same name on the parent blueprint. Right, let's fix that one as well. Okay, so now we should be able to get task manager on here, and then get bridge orders. Yeah. So if our Helm orders array is greater than a length of 0, then we know that we've definitely got some orders on the system that can be cancelled. So that will correctly include that on the menu. So now that we've added that, we now need to go through and add that to here. Okay. So we don't need to create an order. No. Get bridge orders. No, didn't want to do that either. Get bridge orders. Okay. So basically, we're just going to get the first object in the array, because that's the one that's going to be the active orders at the time, because we're always working from top down on the array. So all we want to do now, in fact, we can even. So we're doing this from the player controller, so do we have the ability to clear orders on here? So we've got update, create. No, we don't. Okay, so do we have an interface for that? No, we don't. Okay, so let's make a new function for that then. So cancel bridge orders. So we're going to need probably just an order ID and a bridge station. So bridge station, so we know which one we're working with. And then our order ID, so we know which one specifically we are cancelling. Okay, and on our task manager, we need to implement that interface. Cancel bridge orders. So we'll just do a switch on that, and then so remove index and give it, actually no, it's going to be harder than that, isn't it? So for each, because we need to find out which one it is. Actually, there's an easier way of doing this, isn't there? Well, no, it's saying that. See, what I could do is when we fire cancel bridge orders for the particular station, we could just automatically remove the first one in the list at this point. But I think it would be beneficial for future purposes if we did do it targeted with an order ID, because then this is then usable for anything we want to cancel off if we happen to have the order ID. Like maybe we can do it from the command console at the Helm, at the console, the command console. So when you're sat down in one of the command chairs, you can see active tasks per bridge station, and if you have a cancel button on that UI, then we can pass through the order ID directly from there to clear that task off, rather than just brute forcing it with removing the first one in the list. But it does mean for each one that we do, we have to check that they match. There won't ever be more than probably half a dozen orders in the array, so it's not like we're looping a huge array every time. So blah 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 blah. And we'll re-grab a reference to that, and then we will remove index, and it will be whatever that is. Yeah, that'll do. I kind of wish that you could work with arrays in the same way you could with like a SQL database, where you could say, drop from array where ID equals. Sadly, we don't have direct indexing like that. I miss working with SQL. It was much easier. You can access an index if you know the index, but you need to know the index beforehand, which is why we have to do that that loop through the array, because we have to work out what index matches the order ID, which is why we have to loop through the array elements and check each one individually until we find a match, in which case now we know the index of that particular matching item, so we can remove that index from the array in question. But yeah, unless you know the index beforehand, you can't get to it. Yeah, so that'll do it. But now that we're using that, it means that this is now a lot more generic. But we want to do the same thing for sensors. We'll just grab our order ID, compare it to the one we're passing through, and then we will remove index from the sensors one. achieving the same result. Oh wow, Lane, thank you. Happy Friday. Thank you, that's really, really cool of you. Very much appreciated. Yeah, 5.7 has stuff in it that we're going to need soon, like nanite foliage. Our planetary terrain system is going to lean heavily on nanite foliage, so yes, we're going to need those things. It also has some metahuman stuff that will be good for us, like the mover sample project has like 500 odd new animations in it that we can use in 5.7. The project sample is in 5.7, so we kind of need to be on 5.7 to access that. But yes, there's going to be a lot of stuff that 5.7 brings to the table that we can use, for sure. Not yet, Anasi, but we definitely will do at some point. I'm just focusing on Helm and sensors at the moment, which is why they're the only two that we've got included. Because once the Helm and the sensors are polished and working and are relatively bug-free, so that you can do the job that the ship is designed to do using those two consoles, at that point rolling it out to the other bridge stations is much easier, because we've already refined the workflow and the logic and how we're actually managing all these tasks. This is like the fourth iteration of this now in the past month, because I've built it a few times, been unhappy with the logic flow and the performance, so I've kind of scrapped it and tried a different approach, and I've kept doing that to make sure that the final thing that we implement is as slick and as polished as it possibly could be. Because again, this is one of the biggest parts of the game, being able to issue orders, action orders, and have jobs to do aboard the ship, and having a back-end system that's managing those tasks and handing those orders out to players and NPC crew members. So this is like a huge part of the game that we're building now, so it has to be perfect. It has to be like bulletproof. And you guys will get a chance to test it soon, hopefully. Right. So I got waylaid making this. So cancel. Yeah, that was it. So yeah, so sending this through, we'll simply get we will get the ID of the first one in the list this time round when we're doing it from here. But now that we've got the ability to actually send it an order ID, when we add it to a UI, then we'll have the ability to target individual orders specifically. So now that we've created that interface, we can just pop that through and change that to Helm. So when we send through Helm cancel orders, that fires that, and that just goes ahead and just wipes off that order from the system. And then of course we need to make sure that we flag that we've done that. So as always, we need to make sure that we do that. Otherwise, all the UIs and things will not update. Oh, and make sure we change it to Helm as well. Oh, this one is sensors. Make sure we change the other one to say Helm. Otherwise, the wrong one will update. Okay. So this doesn't actually need to raise or track anything. So that should be enough. Let's just check what we're actually sending. Yeah, so Helm, cancel orders, that ultimately arrives. That arrives there. Just make sure that we've got that set to bridge commands. No, it doesn't. Ha! I'll check all these things and make sure that they're all right. So, bridge commands Helm, Helm cancel orders. Bridge commands Helm, Helm cancel orders, and we're sending that through cancel bridge orders. Great. Let's give it a whirl and see. Thank you, Danger Mouse. And yeah, this is a big part of the game, so getting this polished off is a big deal. So you'll notice that now that we're at FTL, the option to start the FTL drive is gone, and because we've got some orders, the cancel current orders option has appeared. So it's really nicely dynamically adjusting itself. But what we want to do is we want to queue up 2 targets like that. Now right now we're on our way to Alpha Centauri, and we have 2 orders in the system. So if I cancel the current orders, it should automatically then target the rogue planet instead. So cancel current orders, that one should go, and there we go. And then the ship should now move to that one instead, because that is now the active orders in the system. And then similarly, if I add that to the queue and then decide actually we don't want to go there anymore, I want to go there instead, it should pick that up and move the ship there instead. Perfect. Now the only part of this which is missing now, I guess, is the sub option for navigate to command target, and the option to say now or next. So that's something that we can add afterwards. Yeah, I guess the other kind of gotcha with this is all stop. It will stop the ship, but at the same time that is still there, so that we'll stop and then get going again because there's another order in the queue. But I think we can live with that. Just need to make sure that if you want to do all stop, then cancel your current orders first. Actually, if I do that, if I cancel those orders, then so there's no orders in the system, but the ship is still flying because we haven't told it to stop specifically, so that will just keep going. And if I do take us home, it should target Earth. Yep, there we go. And then that will take us back home again. Great. So the whole point of this is that, you know, as the captain on the bridge, you shouldn't need to go near any of the consoles now. You should be able to do everything from the holo display and from just speaking to the NPCs, which is exactly how we want it. No, the floor is still the same as it's always been. I do need to finish off modelling a couple of these bits. Now you can see that I haven't thickened that up yet. That's just a flat plane. It needs to be like properly moulded into carpet. And I need to fix the surface normals because it's all it's rounded when it should be flat. But other than that, it's basically the same. The biggest change that I made with the flooring is I've made the steps separate platforms rather than being part of the wall like they were before. And the walls themselves are now separate segments so that we could at the same time segment the carpet panels as well. Because ultimately all this needs to be removable. So each one of these floor tiles needs to be, pick upable and removable. So it all needed segmenting. I wonder if it's hooked up to that system yet. No, it's not. So normally you can press I and it will kind of hide everything, but I don't think I've enabled that yet. Okay, so all that is working then. So now we're in this system. We should have an explore this system option. So let's just, out of interest, see what happens. Oh, of course it's the Sol system that we're in, so that's pointless. Let's go to Barnard Star instead. So that's disappeared from there because it's already fully explored. Okay, so that should raise that for Barnard Star. Maybe. Yes, Delta, it should all be doable from the command chair. So from here you can speak to the NPCs, do the stuff that needs to be done there. The only thing that's difficult from the command chair is like seeing and targeting things. Oh, that's something. So when you're stood and you right click to zoom and you press E to unlock the mouse, right click to zoom persists so that you can like click on stuff whilst zoomed in, which is handy. But from a chair, right click to zoom is separate, so I need to unify that so that it stays zoomed in because I like keeping it zoomed in. But yes, using the holo display is awkward when you're sat in the captain's chair because obviously it's far away. So we encourage our captains to get up and walk around and don't just stay sat in the chair the whole time. Like, this is not a ship for lazy captains. I mean, the whole idea of having a three-dimensional display is that the information is presented in 3 dimensions. So you should, move around it to get the full picture of things. Okay, so they are happily running their scan. Just bring up their orders pages. I wonder why we've got 2 navigates there. I need to increase the text size actually on this wording here because it's very tiny. I'm just going to let this run with it for a minute because we need to make sure that it actually successfully completes this. I don't think I increased the scanning range to 2 times the planet's radius. I need to do that so that it actually starts scanning sooner. So we should see them switch to short range, do a scan, and then switch back to medium range to pick a new target. Yeah, it should fully explore the system, which is what we're just testing here. So just need to make sure that, like, unattended, once you set that order to explore the system, they should continue until they've fully explored the entire system. Yeah, we got a lot of audio design to do yet. A lot of the ship systems are completely silent, which doesn't help. And things like, scanning, that all needs active noise and things happening on the ship, and seeing things like sensor arrays on the hull light up, and there needs to be a lot of stuff going on. I want it to feel like deep in its soundscape, so there's always lots of noise going on. Something we can do with Unreal is that we can create procedural sound like around the player. It's designed for things like forests and outdoor environments where you can be walking through a forest and you'll hear like a fly buzz past your head, or you'll hear like a bird up in a tree, and those sounds are being spawned dynamically as you go through the forest, so none of that's placed manually. So I want to do the same thing on the ship, where as you're walking around the ship you might hear a little creak or a little rattle, or a bit of loose paneling shaking as the ship's going to FTL, and those bits of audio will be spawned in dynamically around you on the ship. So you should always hear like just bits of ship doing stuff, and there should be some life going on there. But of course we'll also use it on surfaces too, so when you're exploring an alien jungle, you should hear things rustling in the leaves, you should hear the noises of animals in the distance and that sort of thing. Yeah, again, using Elite Dangerous as an example, like when you're being interdicted, I really like the sounds of the ship creaking and groaning as someone's trying to interdict you. And I like that, the physicality of that you're hearing the ship itself creaking and groaning. So when we're going to FTL and those sorts of things happening, we need to hear the ship straining. We need to hear, the metalwork creaking, because ultimately this is a physical thing. It needs to react and sound like a physical object. What's happening there, Zelaf, is there's another orders sat in the queue. So what it's doing is when it arrives at its target location, it's trying to go to this second one. So if I cancel that one off once we arrive, it will stop doing that then. So as soon as that top one disappears, you should see it trying to action this one instead. Yeah, so now it's trying to go to this one. So if I cancel that, okay, so now we've got a new set of orders to go to the next planet. So when we arrive at the next planet, it shouldn't then immediately try and veer off. Although we do have two here now. It's interesting. And they are separate objects. I'll have to look at the logic there, because the way that it works is the orders manager is tracking basically what's going on. So it's constantly asking questions of the environment, where it's saying, in this instance, is there a Helm target which needs scanning, or is there a center Helm target that actively needs scanning? If there is, then it will use that target and start navigating the ship to that location. If there isn't, then it will sit there and wait. And then conversely, on the sensor's side, they have the task of selecting a target that needs scanning and then sending it to the Helm. So those two things are kind of working in concert with one another, and there shouldn't be any other tasks raised unless it's something you raised prior to sending them to explore a system. I don't quite know why there are 2 or 3 now in here. I'm wondering whether or not something's getting raised when it shouldn't. But what I'll do is I will clear them all off. I'll do that now. So cancel that one, cancel that one. So if I cancel that, okay, so it's re-raised the order to go to our destination. Because part of the logic, what it's doing, is it's also checking to see whether that task has already been raised. So if that task is already there as an order for the Helm, it won't re-raise it because it exists already. Oh, thank you, Sophie. Very much appreciated. I like that idea, speedy retreat, yeah. The captain just sits there going, bzz, and they turn around. Yeah, so that's what's happening here, Zelaf. So we're stopped, and we're waiting for the sensors to complete. Now they've raised that Helm task to send us somewhere else. So the Helm task doesn't get raised until the sensors have finished what they're doing. What was confusing before is it was raising a second one. But I will... Oh, wow, straight through the star. Who cares that there's a star in the way? Yeah, at some point we'll appear next to them, not in front of them. But that requires that radius knowledge. Talking of other space games using this framework as a base to work from, something we're planning to do at some point is once the Galaxy Gen system is finished and polished, is stick that on the Fab Store for UE5, so other games can make use of our Galaxy. So obviously we'd put that on there to help fund the development of this game. But we are considering making that available to everyone to use. Hey, PSV. Yeah, this seems to be working. Now that I've cleared off those other orders, it seems to be doing what it's supposed to do. So when we stop, so yeah, once we're at the moment radius and a half is what I set it as. So we get to within radius and a half, and then it will start doing its short range scan. Now it won't create the Helm task until the scan is finished. So it selected it, it sent it to the Helm, now the Helm picks it up and will start moving the ship. So it does actually wait. And what you can do, Sirius, is under ship-wide orders, you can cancel it from there. Because what happens is over here, these aren't permanent, by the way, these are just debug things. There is a task raised for exploring the system, and this is like an overall ship-wide task. The ship itself is kind of treated as the hero of the game, more so than the players or the crew. So if you think about it, the ship is the main character. Then that ship is going to have orders and objectives that it has to complete as a vessel. So right now, the orders we've given the ship is to fully explore that star system. So the individual tasks that are being raised for the individual bridge stations are subtasks in support of this overall mission. So this explore system task will sit there as basically an active task until all the planets are scanned to knowledge level 3. So we've got how many left? 3 more after this one. So it will keep going through, and that will remain there until that's done. But if you go and cancel the current orders, then not only will it remove this one, the overall ship-wide objective, it will also clear off the individual tasks at the same time. So you can say to the crew, actually scrap this, we're not exploring this system anymore, and that will then stop. But yes, if you go and mess with the UI or anything, they will recover from that. Like if I click galactic mode, I can't because it's scanning. Hang on. If If I click that now, see they've put it back to where they need it to be. So the reason that we've done it this way now, with all these individual tasks being raised, is because prior to now, the previous iteration of the system was vulnerable to shenanigans. So if I come over here and I just press the disengage button, so I've just messed him up. So once the ship stops, although I think there is actually a bug at the moment where it won't fully disengage, but I can turn that off and see he turns it back on. So I'm constantly turning off the autopilot and the NPC is turning it back on again. So the idea is that you can completely mess up everything they're doing, and they'll put it back to where it should be because they have a persistent task that they're following. Yeah, the reason that wouldn't disengage is because they weren't allowing the field power to go to 0. They kept putting it back up. Yeah, that's something that we need to kind of fold into the system, Danger Mouse, where we like, I guess we use the belay orders function, where we put the orders on hold and basically stop working on those particular orders because we might have something else pop up that is more important. So like refueling the ship. So if you're in the middle of exploring a star system like you are now, and the ship is running out of fuel, then refilling the fuel tanks suddenly becomes more important than exploring this star system. But you don't want them to stop exploring the star system, you just want them to go and refuel first. So this UI here will be fleshed out and put here. So this will be a tabbed interface where, in addition to the holo display controls, you'll also have the ship-wide orders display on there, which will be basically a list of everything the ship has been tasked to do. So if you get something through from Earth, so the Admiralty on Earth might say, we want you to go and explore these coordinates, that will appear on here as an active mission with objectives that need to be completed. But we want the captain to be able to move these tasks up and down the priority. So, you know, again, if you need to refuel the ship, you put refueling as the top priority. So the crew will focus on that. And then when that task is complete, they'll then carry on with whatever the next thing in the list was, which is continue to explore this system. So we need, on our general menu under ship-wide orders, we also need like a hold orders or belay orders, rather than just cancel them outright, so that we can just pause what we're doing and then maybe have a continue orders button instead. So yeah, I guess from a logic perspective, if there are no active orders right now, or they're all pending, then we need to have the ability to say, right, carry on. Or we can simply do it from the command interface, so that we can set those orders as active on here and have it do it that way. But equally, on the what is currently the YouTube player, this is going to have a tabbed interface as well. So we'll be able to bring up things like order overviews, so you can sit in the conference room and actually have a see on the big screen what the current orders are, and have like an overview of what the objective is and what the completion status is and that sort of thing, which will be nice from a roleplay perspective, because you can actually use the big screen and discuss what the objective is while it's happening, and also things like crew rosters and that sort of stuff. But from here, the captain will have the same ability to say, right, okay, we'll prioritize that differently and then make that the active order. So that will filter through down to the individual bridge stations as to what they should be doing at any given time. And again, what we worked on last week, or Friday, whenever it was, no, today's Friday, Wednesday, is the fact that what comes up here is completable by players just as much as it is NPCs. In fact, if we get rid of that NPC, so the Helm have done their job. So they've arrived at the destination. The next task in the list, which would have popped up on here, is perform a short-range scan. Now, because there's no NPC sat in the chair, there's nobody there to do that. So if I sit down as the player, I can now go, right, okay, so we've got a current orders to perform a short-range scan. So if I go to short-range scan, target that, and perform that scan, you'll see that those orders have now cleared because I did that as the player. So this system now works for both players and NPCs at the same time, which is why I wanted to do it this way. So it doesn't matter if it's a player or an NPC sat in the chair, either or can actually successfully complete these orders. So you can have any combination of players and NPCs sat in these chairs. So when I implement the NPC captain, and all they'll be doing is they'll just be raising these tasks, and that's actually finished now because that was the last one in the system. But when the NPC captain issues an order and these individual tasks pop up on the individual bridge stations, then you as the player, or maybe you and a friend as sensors and Helm, can actually complete those orders that are coming from an NPC captain. So they're choosing what the ship's doing, and then you're just actioning your job on your particular station. So we're reaching that point now where those sort of things are possible, which is very nice to see. But yeah, to demonstrate the other thing, if we target Alpha Centauri and say explore target system. So first of all, we need to get to that system. So the Helm obviously has to fly us there. So we've got a task to fly there, and we've got our overall ship-wide objective there. If I now go into orders and cancel current orders, that's now gone from there, and you'll find that the ship-wide task, the individual Helm task is also gone. So that will stop them completely from now exploring that system. And then furthermore, you can just all stop the ship, and then the NPC will just stop us where we are. Actually, and again, that should disappear once we've stopped. Just like that. And again, that could be a player sat there just as much as an NPC. In fact, let's get rid of the NPC a minute. Explore Sirius. Okay, where's Sirius gone? Sirius, where are you? It's not that far away. Where has it gone? Hang on, let's zoom out a bit. No, that was the opposite of zooming out. Have you ever lost an entire star system before? There it is. Oh, it was over there. Okay. Right, so Sirius. And if we then issue ship-wide orders to explore that system. Now you'll notice that the nav target is not being updated because there's no one sat in the chair. And similarly, there's no one sat here either. So all I would have to do is click, if I sit down, let's do it properly. So it's telling me to navigate the ship to within that many kilometers of Sirius at that coordinates. So I can actually, if I could be bothered, type in those coordinates myself, but it's much easier just to say set target. So that has now updated on there, and then I can simply engage the autopilot, hit the FTL. So we're now on our way, and then that task will disappear once we've arrived, and then once we get there, there'll be a new task that gets raised on here to do the medium range survey. So as a player, I can now run between those two stations, completing all of those tasks as they appear, which is very cool. It's all right, Sirius. It was a good example, but yeah, it is difficult, admittedly, to find stuff. In an effort to try and make it easier, I made it so that the brightness of the writing changes based on distance. So you can see that Y-class star is a lot dimmer than this neutron star, and as we move away, it all gets dimmer. So as you go through the list of stars, the closest ones to you are the brightest, which I thought might help with depth, like visualizing depth a little bit. But yeah, ultimately it's not easy to see them. It's probably easier when it's full screen and not running in the editor. The anti-aliasing doesn't work as well when you're running it in an editor session for some reason. Don't quite know why, but yeah, it's clearer when packaged. Something I would like to do actually, Jamo, is visualize constellations. It would be nice to be able to actually see, especially if we do it as an overlay on the smart glass, to look out the window and actually see the constellations with the lines drawn between them, and then see how those constellations change as you actually fly through the galaxy. I mean, I've done that in the likes of Space Engine, and yeah, it's fascinating just how much of a mess constellations become as you kind of fly away a little bit. But yeah, so that would be cool. And even being able to do that dynamically for other star systems, there'd be some interesting logic involved. But from any given star system, we could take the objects with the highest magnitude in the sky and then kind of arbitrarily connect lines between them and actually create constellations on exosystems, which would be interesting. Because at some point we're going to change the way stars are rendered so that it uses absolute magnitude to define brightness and what you can see. And it will use absolute magnitude also for doing draw distances as well, which means that the brightest objects will have the greatest draw distances, just to make the sky more realistic and to start revealing constellations that should be there. But yeah, so now that we've arrived within the Sirius system, you'll see that this task has been raised. So again, as the player, I can now initiate that survey and satisfy that task that's been raised. So if we oh, that's interesting. Why? Oh, because I was pressing the wrong button. I should learn to play my own game. Right, so summoning an NPC in that chair. So it's now asking me to select a medium range target with less than knowledge level 3. And then send it to the Helm. So if I pick something from this, so we don't actually have anything that's not that. Let's pick that Earth analog. So right now the Helm is doing nothing because the actual task manager system is waiting for this to be satisfied before it will move on. So until I click send to Helm, it's still waiting for that to be completed. Now as soon as I do click send to Helm, then the Helm person will then actually pick up on that and then start actioning their own task that's just been raised. But it does actually wait until that's been done. So of course that's now blank, and obviously there'll be nothing for the sensors to do until the Helm have successfully arrived at the target that was raised for them. But yeah, so it's nice that we're getting to that point now where these systems are starting to work together more efficiently, and it's starting to feel like more cohesive, which is nice. Yeah, well, I purposefully made the astrometry lab 2 decks tall so that we can have a giant holo display in the middle. Okay, so if we pop an NPC back in that chair, then this is a good test actually. So having removed the NPCs and added them back, yeah, they do seem to be happily just getting on with it, which is nice. But this really this kind of really underlines why it was so necessary to create this task manager system that's managing all of these different things that need to happen, because it makes all of this possible, which wouldn't have been otherwise. Okay, so where are we at? So that was working. Doing it from there was working. What else? What else? I suppose we could do this now or do this next. Orders. Let me just have a quick look at what that looks like, because that's going to require a few things. Yeah, so it's going to require, at the very least, another menu level that we can navigate down to, which means I'm going to do all this for that. Yeah, so I'll probably leave that until after I've done the dev build. Yeah, actually, on that note, let's see whether this packages. And then we'll maybe check it packaged. Hopefully we've got no null pointers on the structs, because that's what was causing the last problem. Justin, yes. So right now the task system is ticking once per second. So the NPC logic it's just like 1 hertz. So every second they check the logic, perform their action. 1 second later they'll perform the next action. So when it comes to like changing the sensors to medium range mode and then clicking the scan system button, that's 2 seconds worth of activity. So they press the button and then 1 second later they press the next button. So I suppose what we can do is maybe add those delays arbitrarily into the logic, so certain tasks take longer than others. But it's certainly doable. I've exposed all of the NPC logic to the main event graph on their blueprints, because having them as isolated functions means you can't put delays and things in them. So yeah, we can give that a whirl and see whether that helps. But yes, we want the NPCs to take just as long as people when actioning things on their UIs. We don't want them hitting all the buttons instantly like some kind of superhuman. They need to leisurely press buttons, and that will be tied into their animations eventually as well. So when we switch to MetaHuman and we start animating these things, we want them to actually reach out and physically press the buttons. So the timing will be linked to the animation, which will make it as realistic as it possibly could be. Yeah, there's a few things I want to do like that, Jamo, actually, because yes, having a two-dimensional indicator for I guess for the horizon for any given system, so where the actual orbital plane is, yeah, we definitely need that. Also for the galaxy as well, having the orbital plane of the galaxy, which is basically flat, but we can stick it in there. But also I want sector boundary displays as well. So as you're flying through from sector to sector, I want to see those sector cubes visible on the holo display, so you can visually see, right, we're passing into a new sector now. And that's especially valuable because obviously all of the star system data, all of the alien race data stuff is kind of generated on a sector by sector basis. So it perhaps breaks immersion a little bit, but you know that when you pass into that next sector, you're being presented with a whole new set of alien races, a whole new set of content that is kind of unique to that sector. And then each sector of space has its own, kind of backstory behind it. Oh, and there's the cook failure. So what are we fixing? Hang on, wait for that to update. Yeah, so it's these struct references. And a bunch of planetary surface stuff. So a lot of these, so like this one is probably something stupid, because we don't actually have an an exo chair yet. See if we can fix some of these errors, and then we can get a package out. So I think we're at the point now where it's definitely testable as a backer build, as long as we can get it packaged. And this is often the issue when you go so long between builds, is you kind of build up a bit of a backlog of errors that you need to clear out before packaging is possible. Yeah, that was that, which we don't need. Okay, so that's fine, that's fine. See, a few of these things just basically need opening and saving in order to fix them. Right, let's clear that log a minute so we're not dealing with such a massive wall of text. And then try another package. Yeah, I have to see if we can implement lazy mode. That's true, actually. Yeah, I've not even put any internal builds out, so Claire hasn't even had a chance to play with it yet. I mean, to be fair, she could have just come and sat at my PC still. She chose not to. I think the last dev build was about 5 weeks ago. This is the longest we've ever been between dev builds in the history of the project, by far. But it's been one of those months, really. It's just been a lot's been going on. We've had me being ill. We've had kids' birthdays. We've got another kid's birthday on Monday. It's it's just one of those months. Plus, this has been a particularly big system that I have iterated on heavily. So yeah, it's just been one of those months. But it's nice to be past all the hard work and be focusing now on just polishing and getting things working nicely. It's true, actually. I do sleep in this chair. Not that I'm in my chair right now, but yeah, I do have a proven history of chair sleeping. I just get to the point where, like, I'll be working and there'll be like a YouTube video on, and I'll focus more on the video than working, and then I'll doze off, and then, you know, several hours later I wake up with backache. Although this week I've been watching Stargate SG-1 from the beginning because I realised it was on Netflix, so very much enjoying that. And now I'm like desperate to build a Stargate in the game somewhere. God, all these yellow warnings are depressing. Like 6 months ago, I had gone through all the yellow warnings, cleared them all out, and we had like 2 warnings coming up, and they were from a plugin that I had no control over. And now there are just warnings everywhere. So I need to get my fix on, get them all cleared off again. Yeah, it's true, Sirius, actually. It's there are a few episodes which I don't remember from before. I mean, I've watched it all the way through a couple of times, but yeah, it's funny. Oh, there's some really nasty ones actually, Illusion. There's the worst one for me is if you edit a struct. Packaged, hurrah! Yeah, if you edit a struct and save that struct, but then save any blueprints that reference that struct, it will break the references to the struct across all of those blueprints. So basically it pulls a null reference when packaging. But if you save the struct, Alt F4 the engine, and then reload the engine, then those blueprints can access that struct absolutely fine, and everything's fine and it packages fine. It's just saving them breaks it if you edit a struct. So I always try very hard not to. Right, let's see whether this works packaged and see whether we need to fix anything. Let's go ahead and start a brand new game. Okay, so far, oh, it's amazing how much smoother it is packaged. Oops. What am I actually getting? Hope if I turned off VSync, wouldn't it? Ah, 80-ish, that's not too bad, given that I'm also streaming at the same time. Okay, so I've got the orders. Oh, it always surprises me when it's a different colour. I forgot it reacts to your role on the ship. Right, so you've got your stuff. You've got your stuff. Can we just engage the FTL and... Not sure I even hooked that up to anything actually. Okay, you there. Show me the long range sensors. And let's pick Alpha Centauri. Look how much smoother that is, again with the anti-aliasing. I don't know what it is with the editor, but it's so much nicer. Okay, so orders. Orders. Oh, I figured out, by the way, why sometimes it comes up with the wrong menu options. It's because there's a half-second delay when it does the fading in and out, but it doesn't actually load the next menu until it's faded out before it fades back in. So if if I click orders, but then move the mouse really quickly to there, like that, we've now got the ship's AI options rather than the orders options. And similarly, if I come down to cancel, then it comes up with back. So I need to make sure that it builds the next menu before it handles the fade, or it won't allow a click, or it stops looking until it's built the menu, because if you're clicking for it really quickly, then you're messing up the menu. So there's some robustness that needs to be built into it for that. But if you just do it slowly, then it works fine. Yeah, it's nice to see targets come back. Okay, so that worked. I really need to move where the ship starts at the beginning of the game, because like when you're doing the tutorial, the first thing it does is get you to go to Alpha Centauri, which just happens to be on the other side of Earth, and that just looks bad. So I need to like move the ship over a bit, and then that won't be a problem. Right, so if we cheat our way there, just to make sure that these are working. It does look a lot nicer without all those labels. Is it me, or did it do that medium range scan twice? Okay, no, it seems alright. Okay, so we've got task there, nothing there. Right, so if we clear our ship-wide orders, so we're no longer there, no longer doing anything there. Obviously there isn't a screen there, so when we stop, that should be it done. But then out of interest, if I say take us to that ice giant, it should just immediately veer off. Yeah, okay, so that's good then. For the next dev build that I put out, the log that comes up in the middle of the screen like that will continue to be there, but for the next build, I'll add it to the game settings so you can toggle the debug messages on and off. Obviously nobody wants to see that spamming their screen all the time unless you're interested in what the server's doing. Great, okay, so that's working. That's working. I think we're good. Okay, so we're good for a package, or an upload rather, so I shall begin the upload after the stream finishes. But between now and then, let us... what shall we add next? I forgot what I was going to do now. So yeah, we can't add the additional options for now or later. I suppose it'd be better to fix that chat box actually, because the chat box is not particularly usable right now. So let's just close all of this stuff and then we can fix that. Okay, so first thing we need is the HUD. The upload shouldn't be too big, AJ. I'm guessing probably about 500 meg. It's been a while since I did one, so actually let me just check the builds list a minute. Bear with me a moment. The last build I did was on the 11th of March. That was an internal build, so that's how long it's been. So just upload that a minute. I'll move that off the screen because it shows things like account names. Okay, so the total build size is 8.6 gig, but obviously it breaks that down into a patch. And it doesn't upload the entire 8.6 gig either, which is nice. It's the Steam patch maker is actually remarkably good. It really does a very intelligent job of packaging patches based on just different scanning on the files. Because I've changed quite a lot in this build, and so far it's at 378 meg of changes, 450, 503, uh, 564 meg. I wasn't far off. Yeah, so 564 megs worth of changes isn't bad considering how much I've been messing with it. And if I go to our builds, okay, so that build that I just did is now live on our internal test branch, if anyone's using that. But I'll put it live on the full backer branch after the stream. Oh yeah, sorry, that'll be it uploading. Should be fine now. Apologies. So yeah, I don't know whether you caught what I said, but that build that we just packaged is now live on the internal branch. If any of you guys are currently using the internal branch, and later after the stream I'll put it live on the main backer branch, but I need to write all the patch notes for it, which are going to be monumental because it's been like a month and a half's worth of stuff that I need to cram into some patch notes. Okay, so let's grab a reference to that. It must be game state, which is generating all those test chat messages. Where are we? Game state. Ah, yeah, there they are. Don't want that. Get rid. Oops. Okay, so the issue is that it's not scrolling that one last bit to the bottom. It should scroll to the bottom every single time. Okay. So all we're doing on here then is we are adding those messages to the different arrays and then resizing them to 100 if they get too long, basically, because I'm going to want to cap the scroll back at 100. Okay, so that just handles the storing of the messages. And then the HUD itself should deal with the registering of those messages. I wonder if I think what might be happening is we're scrolling to the bottom before it handles the redraw. So How are we processing that? Are we processing that even? Right, so those are the error handling side of things. Okay, so we need to scroll to the bottom after we've registered the message. So that should be picked up on here. Yeah, so that's just storing those in the array. Unless it's a command, in which case we don't bother. Okay. Right, so I think what's happening is that's happening too soon. So if we're refreshing it every 10 milliseconds, if we wait 20 milliseconds, then that should have updated enough that we can scroll to the bottom. Stop pressing F. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so that was the problem. It was scrolling to the bottom of the list before I had a chance to actually update the list. Yeah. I'm afraid Claire can't relate. I fell asleep on our wedding night. Okay, that fixes that. I suppose we should make sure that scroll back works. Sorry, afternoon. Hey, I'd had a busy day. Yeah, okay, so the scroll back works there. Okay, so it works with the mouse, but only if you're over some actual text. So to make sure that the background isn't collapsed so that it works. Okay. Right, so basic chat functionality is there then. And if we change my department to Chief Engineer, I'll change my name finally, shall I? Claire face palms every time she saw the other one. Yeah, there we go. So it's working properly for departments as well. Hey, I was in a crunch time. What can I say? Oh, we need to stop it sending blank messages. We don't want that. So if it's a /, it's a command, or is blank, or is empty. Right, just to make sure that it doesn't send empty messages. What else? So we need to handle the fade. It doesn't actually, yeah. So the color of the radial menu will depend on your ship department, because something that we want to lean heavily on, especially after this build goes public, is we really want to focus on the ship-based gameplay and have your role aboard the vessel actually be relevant. So like the radial menu will also be role aware. So you'll only be able to issue bridge commands if you're in a command position. So people who are just an engineer won't be able to issue bridge orders and that sort of thing. So we need to be able to probably build the character profile builder on the main menu and start implementing actual characters in the game. So the character you create, say on the main menu, can go into a catalogue of characters you've made for yourself. So when you start a game or join a game, you're choosing which one of those established characters you're joining with or starting a game with, so that you can start building up like experience in different roles and have, you know, especially from a roleplay perspective, you could have, you know, different alts that you've created that have different backstories, and you can choose which one you want to play in any particular game. So once we've got that, then we can start really locking out certain functions based on your department, and so on and so on. Yeah, Cluck Norris is immortal. Hey Fredishay, good to see you. Right, so did I... Yeah, we just set a timestamp. So I think we've got like now, so that should be the same. Yeah. So make sure these formats are the same, which they do seem to be. So what we want to do is on the UI is when we are when we're doing our refresh, we want to know which messages to display, and I guess we also need to know what mode the chat box is in. So right now it will display all of them at all times. Let's just sort out that enter functionality a minute. I might have done that one here actually. So we're setting chat enabled. Okay. So basically, if we've pressed enter and we're able to type and the chat box is up, then we want the full scroll back to be visible. So when we're adding our items, in fact, we don't want to construct the widget unless unless that's enabled. So to begin with, let's just try that. So we shouldn't see any messages at all unless the box is up. So chatty chatty chat, chatty chatty chat. Right, so those messages shouldn't be there. Why are they still there? Oh, right. This is to stop it updating every 10 milliseconds because it'll flicker. Okay, let's just skip that check a minute, just so we can get our logic straight. Thank you, Delta. I feel way better, actually. There we go. Right, so the chat box is not showing anything until you bring that up. Okay, brilliant. Right, okay, that's good. So what we want then is we want, rather than just not showing them, we want to only construct and add that if now is within a certain number of seconds, minutes of the timestamp. Now, I've never worked with timestamps in Unreal before, so I don't know what functions we have available to us. Like, I don't know whether or not that seconds is like the total number of seconds, or does that reset every minute? But let's just give it a whirl and see. So we want to know our so that would be, so that minus that will give us the difference between those two values. And if that is less than the number of seconds we want things to be displayed for, let's say 10 seconds. So if that is less than 10 seconds, then we'll go ahead and construct it. That's just me guessing, so we'll see. certainly certainly not working. Let's in fact, let's just create some debug. We'll see what's going on. Can we convert that to... oh yeah, we can. So our timestamp is then, and now is now, and difference is our diff. Okay, so then, now, diff, and then we'll see what we see. I'm really looking forward to seeing people actually playing this properly, you know, in the same way that they play Bridge Crew. So why is the timestamp -62? Huh. Weird. Oh, perhaps I'm not even setting it. Hang on. That would explain it. Oh, look, I'm not setting it. That'll be why. That'll be why. Okay, that works. Okay. F. Okay, so they should disappear like that. Hurrah! And they should come back so that only shows the most recent messages. Just wondering whether or not really we want them to show like from the bottom. Yeah, I've never really worked with time or timestamps before. It's never been needed in anything that I've been working on. So it's all rather new to me. Although I will I'm just going to try it this way again. Now that we actually have a working timestamp, let's just see whether or not that actually does do anything, rather than convert it to a 64-bit integer. Yeah, no, basically. But what does it show? I'm just interested now, to be honest, just to see what it looks like. So then, now, difference. Oh, it's working. Okay, so yeah, so as suspected, that second value is resetting over and over, because it's not a continuous counting it up like a Unix timestamp is. Great, we'll do it that way. Right, so that takes care of that. And what else? I suppose the text size could be a bit bigger. And does it handle wrapping? No. Okay, so we need bigger text and text wrapping. Dooby-dooby-doo. Okay, so that's definitely too small. So ideally, we want that to automatically get bigger. Yeah, because we kind of need this to auto size. Thanks, Jamo. Have a good sleep. I mean, if we replace this with maybe a border. Have a border on, oh no, because it's got 2 children. Use an overlay. We kind of need that. Yeah, we need that to be a horizontal box because player name is a variable amount of letters, obviously, so that needs to be able to automatically size. That, however, needs to wrap, which means that that horizontal box needs to be able to grow. Which is an awkward one. Can we size the content on that? Okay. What if we replace that with an overlay? Border, not a canvas panel, ideally. Yeah, so it's only going to size to content if that's a canvas panel. Okay then, so if we control where that wraps. Give that a try a minute. Basically, I want multi-line messages to smoothly and neatly not do that, basically. Look at that. Well, that is doing what we want, aside from the flickering. If I justify both of these to go to the top, so I want you at the top and you at the top. So you go top left, you go also go top left. interesting, but why is it not wrapping? Suppose I could force it with a size box, maybe. Actually, if we turn off fill. Right, so do a width override for 600, 500, 400, 450. Let's try that. Okay, that's looking more hopeful. Yeah, that's better. Just need to make it a bit bigger. Did I mention I hate working on UIs? Don't think I've ever said that before. Okay, that works. Stream crashed again. Just a couple more little things and then I shall call it a night. Let's give the text a bit of drop shadow so that we can see it. See you, Renassi. I think the choice of font there is perhaps not the best. We need something thicker. Yeah, not that. This one had a bold option, but if we go Conthrax semi-bold for now. Otherwise the text is quite difficult to see. That's better. At least we can see it a bit better now. Actually, if we full screen it, that's the actual size. And I'll find a better font for this, which is ultimately more readable. testing it overlaid on stuff. Oh, that's something we need to do actually. When you open the chat, it's not scrolling to the bottom. Definitely need it to do that. Okay, so we will set. Hang on, let's go find that. So I'm going to set that to, let's say 15 seconds before it disappears. Give people enough time to read it. And as one last thing, we just need to make sure when we open and close the chat, we make sure it scrolls to the bottom. Okay, yeah, so before we fade it in, let's just do that scroll. Last test, then I'll package it up. True that, CSI, very true. Okay, honking great big message. Okay, blank messages are not displaying, that's good. Okay, it's not consistently scrolling to the bottom. I wonder whether this is like a redraw thing. I bet that's what it is. Obviously, it's constantly redrawing the display, so it's probably constantly resetting it at the same time. Yeah, a brief delay works though. It's great. Yeah, that works. It scrolls to the bottom where we need it, and you can still scroll up and down. And because I've stuck a background on that now, it means you can use the mouse to scroll up and down anywhere across it, which is good. Makes it nice. So the next thing we need to do with this is to implement these buttons so that you can switch between different chat channels, and then use like local chat for say and yell and that sort of thing. And we'll also have things like you'll be able to do that, so you can like say something, and it will only say it in your local area, so only people nearby will actually hear you say that, and it won't actually register on their chat logs. Whereas if you were to do something like yell, then obviously that'll go much further and people further away will see it. So for roleplay purposes, if you're using the say channel, then you can have like chat within a room, and then if the door's closed, people outside of that room won't hear you, that sort of thing. We can do a line trace with that, which will be good. Oh, of course, my face is over it, isn't it? I spent this whole time doing this, and like, you can't see because, yeah. I never thought about my face, but yeah, like, ta-da! Yeah, so we'll do line traces when you use the say command, so that you can have private chats within a room, and people outside of that room won't be able to hear you because the line trace won't actually reach those targets. No, not yet. No, none of these different channels have been implemented yet, but that's the plan for them. But anyway, that works, so yay. Okay, so there we go. So we've got the chat working, we've got the radial menu working, got the NPC commands working, so we are good to go with a development build, which I shall package now and put out as soon as it is done. So what I'll do now is I'll go away and I'll write the massive patch log that needs writing, and then as soon as I've written that I can make it live. Because obviously I can't put it live on Steam until I've actually written the notes, because it forces me to. But yeah. You're welcome, Delta. Always a pleasure. Okay, so I shall see you guys on Sunday night, and until then, have a good weekend. Alright, see you on the next one. Bye for now.